Hey everyone, how you guys doing? Let me know if you're already live. Let me know if you can see us. How are you guys doing? Let me know if you can listen to ourselves over here in the description, in the comment section. And let me know how everything is going over here as well. How have you guys been? Let us know over here in the comments below. We have Alex over here today, so I think that Alex is not actually active so far, so let me activate you as well. Zoom, say something, Alex.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Can you guys hear Alex as well?
If you can hear me,
yeah,
give me a yo.
Yes, awesome. We can hear Alex as well.
I'm feeling much better today.
Can you guys hear the song? Can you guys hear everything? My voice, Alex's voice, the song? Just let us know over here in the comments, just to make sure. I'm kind of a little bit rusty because it's been a long time, but all good. I'm glad that everything is going well. If you guys haven't noticed, I'm in a new setup. There is no room over here anymore because I moved, so that's why it took me so long to get back to the live stream. We have a Zoom noise. We have not a Zoom, Discord noise as well. So Aled needs to turn up the volume a little bit, so we can turn it up from here.
Yes, you can do it from there, or you can do it from. Yep.
Let me know if it's getting better. We have a couple of people over here, so hey, Get the Jackets, Namo Maitri, hey Skylar, how you doing? Mustafa, Avenir, Yasin, Elio6, Conductor, Giatino, Melans, Harry, ADMQ, Mr. We Are of the Craft, Koff, Nomad, Motri, Warf and RC, Nikki, Andy's Hardware Chronicles, Burke, how you doing? We have the Blank Boys, I've already seen Mixer Victor as well. We have, I can't pronounce this one. We have Mindset as well in the house. Rick, Adina, how you doing? Hey, Mr. Brent Leisure, how you doing? Congrats on the release recently. Really proud of you. Michelle, how you doing? I'm just waiting for Harmes over here, and then we can start. Either Harmes or Crag. Just let us know if you're still already here, and then we can start this live stream. Or Bram or Aura. So if you're here already, just let us know, and we can get started with this. Or Mr. Vlad, whoever is here first. Nikki is already here, right? So we can start with Nikki first because I know that he's already here.
All right, let me get that up and ready to go.
It's the 6th one.
Yep, I got it.
Audio is crackling. Okay, I'm gonna try to go with it. Nikki, let's go. You have it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Good to go.
Let's get started over here. We have our Ableton up and running as well. Yes, your Kofi went. Vlad is next. Harm it's the next one. Crag is also here. Awesome. So we can get back to track. I didn't know it was you, Harmes, because of the name is in Cyrillic, so. Hey Eva, how you doing? We're at 45 people already, so pretty cool. Thank you so much for that. Hey Forsby. I saw Jummy that you sent me a Kofi. I saw that. I saw you, Avenir, as well. Everyone that has sent so far, I've got everything. Yeah, I'm not really sure about the snare as well. The vibe is really cool though, yeah. I love this vocal. Where you get it? We have 51 people already. So, first of all, Happy New Year to everyone over here. I know that it's almost late, but Happy New Year, everyone. Really nice vocal, by the way. Hey Zach, how you doing? Hey Akshat, how you doing? I'm really well. So, I feel that you can start, Alex. Go ahead. You start first.
Yeah. It sounds like, you know when you put a piece of foam, like a gel foam, on top of a snare drum on a real drum set? It just sounds like that. I think you should take the foam off and let it breathe a little bit more. Then get that little snap. Like, you want it to be, instead of... I wasn't a big fan of the kick. The kick seems a little bit flat and it's a little too big for this kind of track. You could hear it when the main drop came in. It just felt like you were playing with like a toy drums almost. So you want to swap out that kick or just EQ it to make it sound a little bit more round and full. The vibe is very cool, but one of the things I didn't like is that it generally didn't flow as much as I wanted to. Like, there's no changes between like the main like groove and the rest of the melodies. I'd like to hear a few more FX and a little bit of variation on the melodies, like, and either change it up and have a few extra notes going up and down or gliding, or have a counter melody in the second half, because that wasn't apparent. And you need to do that on a consistent basis with your music, otherwise it's just going to sound repetitive at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with your comments. I feel that the kick is a bit too boomy, but it doesn't have that much body, right? It doesn't have a little bit of thump in the kick. And I also feel that someone said, I think there was Avenir, and I agree with him, that the sound is nice and the vibe is nice, but over a little bit of time it gets a bit repetitive. So, right. And I feel that switching the vibe over the drop too would be something interesting. Maybe you do something completely different, a more aggressive kind of sound, just something to change and add something new to the second drop. Because when I listened to it, it was a bit like I've been listening to the same thing at this point over here and at this point over here. And you can see that if I go back and forth, they sound similar. And even this part. So they sound a bit similar in there. Say hey into the ether, how you doing? Hey Bram. So that's what I would do. Maybe add something in the drop too, to make it a bit more unique. I do like the vibe. I do like the break beats of it. I do like the vibe that it gives me. So it's mainly a matter of adjusting the second drop, adjusting the elements. I don't think that the sound is too stereo. I'm kind of focusing a bit too much lately on the stereo side of things. And this one, I feel that it's fine.
Yeah, my thing that I always tell people is never do a copy paste of the same of grooves within a track. Just always have something extra to keep the track moving forward and keeping it fresh. You always want to have a story, and if you're telling the same story that you already presented in the first half, then you're not really creating a story within the song. That's what songwriting's all about. You got to make a story. And if you're going to say the same thing over and over again, then that's not a story. Yeah,
exactly. But I do like the vibe of it. I do like the vibe. I do feel that this is something that I would continue working on and not something that I would trash. You know, definitely something that has potential to the future.
As I've heard through Nicky's music over and over again, it's just tracks that are really, really good that just need that extra push to make it finished.
100%. 100%. Now let's go to the first one. Nicky, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for the feedback. And now let's get started over here, back on back on track. So Harmes.
2, 3, 4.
We have some melodic techno going on over here. Really like this. I really like this. And the fact that it's 4 minutes and melodic techno, to me, it's like good. Just being clear.
Hold on until tomorrow. It's always darkest before the light. Yeah, everybody's gotta fight. Sometime you gotta keep your dreams inside. And I don't want
yes, it did, mindset.
No, I don't wanna watch you fall apart.
I didn't see that vocal coming. Who is the vocalist? Wow. Starting strong today, huh? Just seeing if the AC is going on. Hey Nick, how you doing? Hey John Dagan, how you doing?
I know it's a nightmare. I know it's harder than it looks.
Wow.
But I remember when you fought for me and all the strength it must have took. And I don't wanna see you lonely. No, I don't wanna watch you fall apart. But all that I can do is be here for you to hold when it gets dark. Baby, I know that it's been hard. Promise me you'll listen to your heart. 'Cause baby, I know that you're a star. As long as there's hope, you'll find us far. As long as there's hope.
Misha, I have a comment about your comment over there. Let's listen to the song first. I really, really like this song.
As long as there's hope.
Wow.
As long as there's hope.
Hey Victor, how you doing? how you doing? Wow, really, 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 really good. Like really, really good. You can start, Alex, but I have a few comments, but like, wow.
Yeah. I was a little taken aback when the vocal came in so early in the track. I thought there would be a little bit more progression in terms of like getting the bass line coming in, having a synth maybe coming in, and then starting the vocals. So I think letting the progressions come in and move forward just a little bit longer would be nice in my opinion, since I'm not that big of a melodic techno fan. Other than that, the synths are good. The everything about this track is pretty good. I think the vocal is a little bit too forward. I think everybody's saying the opposite of what I think, because it sounds like it's just slightly drowning out the synths in the breakdown. And I also think the vocal might be playing a little bit too much. There might be too many lyrics going on. Might want to allow for both parts, the cool parts to have its space, and also for the vocal to have its own space as well. But I that's my opinion. Most people nowadays that send us melodic techno are overusing vocals, so I that's how I feel.
Oops. If this song was for my label, I would sign it with closed eyes. Okay, that's my opinion. Okay, really, 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 really good track. I agree that the vocal is a bit too forward. Like when I listen to it, I feel that the song is here and the vocal is a little bit above the song, you know. But yes, you can send in Thomas. But like the vibe is really good. It doesn't sound like Anima. It doesn't have the classic Anima shot, even though it has something that is similar, but it's not the same, which is like, to me, it's really, really good. Like, honestly, it's been a long time since I've listened to a song that I was like, wow, I would 100% play this and listen to that again. Like I can only say good things about the song. I feel that the clickiness of the kick is okay, but to me, what matters, like the most thing is that the snare is just slightly a bit too loud, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's too high-endy for me. It feels like people could see during the playing of the song. I was moving my hand. I can tell that that's the snare, and it's just the body of it is just too much.
Yeah.
You might want to either EQ that or compress it a little bit more so that the high end of it is not as pronounced.
Yeah. But I mean, only good things to say about this one. Like, honestly, really, really amazing song. Like, we're starting on a really high note on here today, so congrats on that, dude. For those who are new here to the live stream, basically just letting you know, we have a list of people who you can essentially skip the line and get into whenever you donate to our server, and you can find everything over here in the description of the live stream. Whenever you donate, you skip the line and you get moved to the donations line, which is a little bit faster. After we finish the donation line, we go to essentially whoever is here and whoever sent first. So if you sent first and you're here, your song is going to be listened to quicker. Okay, so again, you can find the link to donate and everything in the description of this video, just to show everyone. Basically, it's over here. Oops. We can show this one over here. There is a step-by-step over here, and you can support us over here with this one, and you can pretty much skip the link over there. If you want to be bumped, just go over here. Let's keep on going over here, and of course, if you haven't liked the video, smash that like button, smash the subscribe as well if you're not subscribed to the channel. But let's keep on going over here with Mr. Crack Faded. Harness, amazing song, and let's keep on going. We have Falco, thank you for that, and also thank you Warfy as well. Let's go back to the original levels. Really great song, Harness. Really, really great song. Harmess. And if you're having issues with the donation, let me know. Send me a DM on Discord, and I'll send you my PayPal link. We have Adina as well. Thank you so much for that. And Adria and Skylar as well. So let's go to Falco first. Adina. And then we have Skylar. And then we have Lewis as well. Thank you so much again for tuning in. Really appreciate everyone. Thomas Enamel Nitrate. Who is Joshua Zeeler? Xian. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Manu, I'll send you... Oh, here's my Discord, my PayPal link, Manu. Hey Jose, how you doing? Thank you so much, Mike. Hey, Arnie, how you doing? Thoughts?
Yeah. We're having a little bit of a repetition problem.
Yeah.
The vibe is nice, but the repetition in terms of structure is a continuous problem. As I was right when the main drop hit after the break, I said, yeah, this is not progressing in a way where you're introducing an extra item for us to keep interested. The kick needs a lot more body. It reminds me of a flat football team, so give it a lot more body. The synths, I think the top one can have another element, or either just have it be more wide, because the whole track feels so narrow, so I don't remember what the word is, but not stereo.
Centered.
So centered, yeah. Just widen up some of those elements, just like a tad, and you'll be able to start feeling good about that. And other than that, it sounded pretty good. The the melodies were nice, but just need variation, a little bit better of a mix, and then go back and work on the variation.
Yeah, I agree. I feel that as we can listen in the background, I feel that the song could have had a little bit more variation, and I agree with this because if you listen to, let me go back over here. If you go back and forth, you can see that we don't really miss. Like it feels like we're in the same drop. Same thing with this. So I feel that you could have added something new in the drop too, just to make this song a little bit more different, to make it a little bit more interesting as well. I like the vibe at first. When I listened to this, I was like, okay, nice. And up to here, it was fine. But then drop 3, let's say like this, it needed something else. You know, it needs to have maybe a lead, maybe a piano, maybe something to come in the song and make it a little bit more, just more dynamic. Just make it grow a little bit more. Other than this, that's mainly what I have to say, basically. So, yeah, dude, I feel that the vibe is nice. And also the kick, it has a bit too much thump. Has a bit too much of like a pom, pom, pom. It could have a little bit more, you know, instead of that. So that's mainly what I have to say of the song. And again, thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. And yeah, let's keep on going over here. We have Arnie going over here. And yes.
All right.
So
I don't think I have that one.
Bram.
Open. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Bram?
Got that.
I'm gonna update the list over there just to make sure that everything is current. You're welcome, Craig. Hey Dan, how you doing? I'm gonna close the submissions because we already have too much. First kick was a bit too loud. Hey Colocasia, how you doing? going to be extended over here. Comments?
Yeah, that bass line is way too loud, dude.
The sub, right?
No, just like like the. There's an acid synth and then there's a sub.
Okay, this one
and
over here.
Both of them are playing. They're both playing extremely loud and they're not mixed so well, so they're causing a little rumble and also they're just super loud and distracting. Also, the high end of the percussion is very elevated, so I would take that down. And yeah, the pick needs a little bit of refinement. It needs to be a little bit louder than the rest of the elements because it's getting a little lost. And you can see that through the waveform that I can see that there's the kicks just too blended in to the other elements. And other than that, I think this song is kind of cool, but those elements really just stick out like a sore thumb at the moment.
Yep. So I feel that the sub is a bit too loud after I listen to it, just reverberating a bit too much over here. I'm not saying that it has reverb, but it's just there too much. I actually like the acid lid, but I agree that it's slightly loud. I'm going to say 1 to 2 dB max. Otherwise, it's probably going to get lost in the mix. And what I also feel is that this section over here, whenever I was kind of over here, I was like, this could be a little bit faster. But that's mainly it that I have to say. Like, the vibe is nice. The perks could be a bit quieter as well, but that's a bit what I have to say on the song.
Yeah, those perks need that the shelving off of the high end.
Yeah,
I can't listen to it without that getting fixed. It's like a recent demo that was submitted to Immersed was it was really great until the main drop came and then somebody had turned the percussion, the high end on the percussion so loud that I almost thought I lost my hearing.
Yeah. And how do we do to submit songs to Immersed?
So previously I did say in a previous live stream that email is great, but that is no longer the case for 2024. You submit demos to our demo page, immersedrecordings.com/demo. Demos with an S at the end, excuse me. There's a form right there in front of you. It is called track stack, excuse me. And that's the way that you will submit the demos. We'll be able to reach out to you faster because it's all centralized on that website.
Perfect. Leave it over here in the comments so people can reach out, and I'll put it in the description as well.
Yeah.
Let's go over here now to Aura. Steven, are you here? I'm not sure if it's Steven. I haven't seen him, to be honest. Let's go to Vlad Gold because I know that Vlad is here. Welcome, Bram. Let's go to Vlad and Steven. Let me know if you're here, okay? Another melodic techno song. Yes. No, I haven't seen it. To be honest, Manu, let me see. I saw Adder Jones. I saw French. No, yeah, I did see it, Manu. Thank you for that. Vocals are a bit too wide. I agree with what Victor is saying over here. Why is that? Just so you guys can understand, why do I always say this? I guess by now you already know what I'm gonna say, but when we put your song in mono, it just feels a bit too wide. Where are the audio properties over here? If we put this in mono, we lose a lot of the content of the vocal, and that's mainly why. I tested it already by clicking over here on my sound card. But instrumental is quite nice. Hey, Marius, thank you. I haven't seen your song, to be honest, though. Really nice vibe so far, right? Really enjoying this. So pay attention to this, Vlad. I'm gonna put the song in mono. Listen to the vocal, how it loses content. It's still there, but it's just a lot louder in stereo. Thank you so much, Marius. I really appreciate this. Hey Phil, how you doing? We're in 62 people now. Let's reach 70. Let's invite our friends. Let's put our phones and computers all together. So yeah, listen to this. I'm gonna also put this in mono as well, so listen to the song in mono. Also could have a little bit more mono content in there. No, hit the like, dude. Comments? I'm gonna start with this one. I feel that really cool sound, but a bit too wide. Vocal a bit too wide as well. Basically, that's like I really liked everything in the song. Like, don't have much to say. Like the kick and bass relationship feels nice. The track feels really good, and that's much what I have to say on it. Alex?
I don't know why, but this track feels dry the entire way through. It feels, I don't know why, but I just keep on feeling like a desert almost when I'm listening to the track in terms of the mixing. It feels like a bunch of these elements need either its own space or they're too wide, which is true. And it feels like there could be just a little bit more attack on certain elements, like some synths.
Maybe more pads in the background to add more ambience then?
That too. And also, the vibe and the structure is fine. It's just the mixing of the elements doesn't blend really well, and they need to work on that.
Yeah.
Secondly, the vocal is a little, I don't know. The vocal is a little loud. Might want to EQ it a little bit more to cut off some of those top frequencies, and then you should be good. Just most of these demos today have a lot to do with mixing instead of and that is just practice. Yeah, you got to keep on practicing and making sure that you know exactly where certain elements are, like how wide you want to go with certain things and how narrow and how high and how low. That's the game. There is a chart that we'll show you online, the spacing. You just got to go and memorize that and then start practicing and putting it into your tracks.
Okay. Yeah, he said that the mixing was not done in the song, so we're fine with this one then. Yeah.
You disappoint me.
No, but I mean, it's like as a composition arrangement song, it's definitely really good. Yeah. So
what I will say to that effect though, where someone in the chat said good mixing takes your song to a pro level. Not necessarily. If your track still has a bad structure and bad songwriting and good mixing and mastering, it'll still sound like a doo-doo.
Yeah.
You got to have if you want to sound like you're on the right track, you got to work on everything.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go to Aura now. And Vlad, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate everything. And now Aura, let me raise the volumes over here again. So you guys are talking about mixing, guys, and everything. So if you need mixing, we do mixing over here for other people as well. So if you need it, feel free to reach out. We can definitely do it, and we can definitely help you out with this as well. Which chart do you mean?
Wow, I'll find it.
Oh, the chart that you mentioned. So far, this is good. So, backstory on Aura. So, Aura used to be producing progressive house, and recently migrated to producing more tech house music kind of stuff. Play this 100%. If you had a vocal on top, like at least that's what I normally play. But if you have like something like a commercial vocal on top, my comment is add a vocal. Hear it. Yo, Alex. I mean, like. Song is really good, the vibe is really good. I wish that lead that you had over here in the breakdown was a bit louder, and you wish that you had a bit more over here in the drop as well. But yeah, basically that's it. Like I would really I would really play this, no questions asked. The kick and the bass are well mixed and everything, so really, really good.
Yeah, my opinion is that let's say the second half of the track needs an extra like melody, like a counter melody.
Yeah.
If you don't have a counter melody going, then this is just like a DJ tool to start a set. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
I want an extra melody, like I was mouthing just a second ago, because then it just makes this track sound full and pretty cool and unique. Because there are plenty of tracks that sound techy and proggy. You want to stand out from the crowd, you got to have the secondary counter melody. And I always tell this to every single demo submitter that fails to do this. Please just go make a second counter melody, come back to us within a few weeks and see how we like it, because you want to keep it fresh. Otherwise, you're just another DJ tool that some tech house DJ in Puerto Rico will just use once and shelve it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I feel that...
Yeah, the mix is good. The vibe is good. Just that one extra element, and boom, you're done. You can ship it off to Knee Deep in Sound or whatnot.
Yeah, I feel that, again, maybe you can just pick that, as you said, like that extra melody. Maybe just pick an extra vocal and put it on the second part. I feel that you can take a lot of inspiration from, hey, Momonji, how you doing? A lot of inspiration from what Cream is doing. And their songs are full of vocals, full of melodies and everything, and I feel that you can take some stuff from there as well. But that's basically it. Now let's keep on going, Mr. Get the Jackets. let's get the jacket. And this is probably has been updated, so. And let's put the volume back up. This one could be a bit louder, right? Hey Martin, how you doing? Hey El Cabo, how you doing? Thank you for the donation, by the way, dude. I like this. Alex is liking it as well. And to those who weren't here before, Happy New Year as well. I know that it's late January, and sorry for not doing this in December, but as you can see, I moved. So I'm in a new apartment. We're gonna soon furnish everything over here. But yeah, I agree, kick should be louder. But I can safely say that so far, this has been the best song that you've done, in my opinion. I feel that the drop one could have been a little bit smaller, but I like what I'm listening. And this piano feels a little bit cheap in my opinion. Like it could be a little bit more... Thank you, Victor. It was quite stressful. No, there are no bass traps at the moment. At the moment, Harry, what I'm doing is I'm using an old blanket to contain the reflections of the speakers. But that's it at the moment, and it looks horrible. Melody on the second drop. It's working, exactly. Yeah, as you can see over here, get the jackets. I feel that you need a second kick could be a bit louder, and you need a second melody in the drop too. You know, that's mainly what I had to say. The vibe is really good. The idea is really nice. It's the best one that you've done so far, but it feels like it could be a little bit more in the drop too. Like right now, it feels like it's a bit of the same in the drop too, and I would just change it to make it a little bit different. In my opinion, that's mainly it. Alex?
Yeah, I would like you to, when you have your free time, get the jackets, go in and listen to this song called Rivers by Kaizma. This track is very similar in terms of progression and the sort of like the chillness of it. And you'll hear at the drop how this track doesn't sound like the beginning. It gives it a new, fresh, interesting vibe, and it doesn't feel like you're copying and pasting from the first to the second. Other than that, the kick needs to be a lot louder. The shaker is really good. I like the positioning of that and the loudness of that. But I feel like you could add a few, like an extra pad in the back and just get that going in. And also there could be a vocal stab that you could use to make this a little bit more interesting. Like do 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 hey do 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 he. And in the breakdown, the piano was extremely soft. I would put some more weight to it and get some echo and tape delay so that it sounds a little bit spookier, like a Nils Fromm type piano, if you know who that composer is. So if you do all those things and really tighten it up and get that mix feeling good with the sub really kicking, the kick getting back up into the mix, you probably have a really good start, and then you can start tweaking around with the structure. First part way too long, and the second part I think way too long. You need some extra fills to be able to make it flow a little bit better. You can always check every immersed record. We always have extra fills, extra FX sounds that are going through the tracks to allow for movement to happen.
Yep. That's mainly what we have to say over here. The song, great improvement from the past ones. So congrats on that. Get the jackets, and happy to have you here again. Now let's go to Pascal over here. I'm not sure he's here. Let me just peck in here. Are you here? Let me know over here in the comments below, Pascal, because I'm not sure if you are. I know that Alias6 is over here. So let's go to Alias6 first, and then we go back to Pascal. Really nice piano. Thank you, Mr. Daily Dessert. I already have my dose of Daily Dessert as well today, but I'll have it again. Avenue, you're probably around over here. There you go. Oh yeah, let's put the song louder. Sorry for that. Sorry, this was a bit too quiet. Exactly. Really nice vibe as well. Nice bass, nice kick. The piano at the beginning gives me a hint of like, ba-na-ba-na, ba-na-na, but just at the beginning, just the beginning of the phrase. Dude, really good. Really good. Really like it. Would play this 100%. That background lead, that background arp could be a bit louder in my opinion. 21 people today. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate you guys spending your Sunday with me and with us and with the community and with Alex. It's just such a pleasure to have you guys over here. I'm really, really, really proud to have been building this with all you guys. Oh, I don't have much to say, to be honest. Like,
there's plenty to say. That vocal, I don't think works at all, in my opinion.
Okay.
It's either out of tune, or it was just mixed really poorly, or something or the rather. But that vocal does not work. If the rest of the track sounds like something Sakura would sign, that Sakura would eat up and spit out for lunch. So I'd say either respect, just get rid of it, or try to make it fit better into the track and get it to sound more in tune with the rest of the elements. But yeah, once you're done with that, you should send this over to Sakura probably and see if they would accept it. That's my opinion. And also anybody who was listening to the previous demo about the piano, this is a good one to reference because the initial piano stabs were really nice and the weighting of the piano was really nice.
Yeah. That
vocal did not work for me. Yeah,
I really liked it. I really liked it, and that's a good thing about having two people here is like we have different opinions and everything. I really like the song. I really like the vocal, to be honest. I feel that the ARP in the second drop could be a bit louder. I miss like in the scale of 1 to 10, 0 to 10. I'm kind of like in 3 of like missing something that dropped 2. But it would be nice to have something like a bigger ARP or something like this. The vibe over here. Kick and bass sounds really nice. Maybe the vocal. The thing is, it's not really blending with the song. I'd say, in a way, like it is. Maybe it could sidechain the vocal a bit more. I like it.
Yeah. It's like I like it as a song. There is. From listening to a lot of demos in the last like month or so, there's a lot of tracks that are super chill that are just repeating this kind of vibe over and over again. It's like copycat kind of thing. So that's why I always say like, hey, maybe this vocal doesn't need to be there, or you need to choose something different, just so that you stand out and are interesting. And that's where I come from, because I'm seeing a lot of people taking the literal sense of chill, being like, hey, we're gonna take what Sakura does and we're gonna mash it with Colorize and we're gonna mash it with the chillest thing that Ingenuity does, and then just repeat that over and over again until the algorithm says no more. And like that's no fun.
Yeah. I don't hear much of this. So Alex definitely comes from a perspective where he listens to thousands of demos every week. So as a listener myself, I would put that on my playlist. I would play this. So
no, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it is a little bit stereotypical for the current market.
Yeah. I can definitely see that.
As I say, Sakura would most likely take it, and hopefully some of the A&Rs are in here so that you can get a better shot.
Yeah, we can. We were thinking about bringing someone actually. Let's go over here to Giatino's song over here. But great song, Elio6. I'm happy for you. Happy that you've submitted, and kind of happy with what I've listened as well. Skip over here the intro because 8 minutes. So here's the thing, Giatino. I skipped it from here to here, and it sounds the same thing. So that's already the first thing that is like, couldn't have you made that shorter? I'm gonna go a little bit faster through the song just because it's 8 minutes and we have a lot of submissions today. But yeah. Yeah, just definitely like the groove here. just that this could have been a little bit faster. That's only my comments on that, and that's a personal thing. Because I'm listening to this and I'm like, yeah, but come on, faster, you know? But I like the groove for sure. Mix sounds fine. No? Why don't you think that?
No. The pick needs to be way higher. The shaker needs to go up a little bit with a tiny amount of high end. And the sub could come down just a tiny amount. It's like basically what this track needs is into the ether to like you need to just copy into the ether's mixing strategies. Like listen to his tracks and then mix to that effect.
I want to compare. Yeah, this part over here could agree more. Could how can I say, could grow a little bit more. Like it's starting to get a bit repetitive. Hey Peckineer, how you doing? Your song is gonna be next. No, your song is still waiting. Yeah, comments. So start with you then.
Yeah, that kick needs to go up. The shakers need a little bit more. The percussion needs a little bit more of the high end rolling through it. Take that sub a little bit down. EQ the kick a little bit better so it doesn't sound like a wooden thud. The track needs to be a lot shorter.
Agree.
You can make this into 6:30, 6 minutes, because really, even those who are making like tiny music kind of music, super long Guy J type of tracks aren't even going the long distance of 7 minutes, 8 minutes. It's a lot rarer these days. The really acidy synth in the second part where you're just about on screen, I think you can definitely EQ that a little bit better because it sounds a lot really flat. So you can just put an EQ on it, compress it a little bit, and put a little bit of a tape delay on it. But that's my comments. The general vibe is pretty cool, and if you just work on that a little bit, and also before I forget, I know that this vocal sample, I almost signed a track with that vocal sample. You can use the whole entire vocal sample. Don't be afraid to be bad. You can use the whole entire thing. You can cut it for a few parts at the beginning, and then you should definitely use the rest of it to make it cool for the rest of the track. So it's not like, hey, we're just repeating the same refrain over and over again, and that's yeah.
My comments over here, like listening to this, I'm kind of like, I'm not sure when I compare this with this one. Let me just play it quickly over here. I just want to See, I don't think that it needs to be like it could. Yes, it could, but I don't think that it needs to be louder. Because when I listen to some songs from Kind of Music, they aren't that loud. They are sometimes even not that present. You know, I do agree that it needs to be shorter. Because at the moment, to me, like it's a nice song, but if I were to play this song, I would cut it in like I don't know, at least 2-3 minutes of it. Like to me. Or you need to add a lot more stuff, especially in the second drop. But even then, you can still make this first drop a bit smaller. And this second part of it over here could be smaller as well. That's the main thing that I have to say on the song. If I were to put any comments on like what is the top one comment on the song, I'd say the length. The kick to me, it's... I would like a little bit less, you know, like a little bit less pop, pop, you know? And it could be a little bit deeper without much attack. I feel that that's mainly what I have to say on the kick, though. Agree, Alex?
For me, I listened to the sample track. It definitely is slightly louder, but it's also EQ'd in a way where it's just sticks out a little bit more. So I would focus both on that. Just like I'm not asking for the kick to be like 5 dB louder. It's just like maybe 0.1, 0.2, just to be like sitting on top of the rest of the percussions, so that it becomes the center, and we're able to hear like that it is compressing with the bass line and that sub and an equal way.
Yeah, that's mainly what we have to say. Thank you so much for submitting again. And now let's go to Peccaneer. An actual coffee. Go ahead, Mr. Mix. Like this sound as well. So I'm gonna start over here. The lead is nice, but it's a bit too wide. When you put it in mono, it basically disappears. I also feel that the kick could be a little bit louder, but especially the bass could be a bit louder. Like it needs to be a little bit more. The bass could have shown a little bit more through, to be a little bit more through the song. The second part felt a bit repetitive as well, because we've already gone through this melody. We're just getting the same melody, but a little bit enhanced. So how can it change the perspective over here? And that's something that will bring the song or create a climax to the song, you know? You do create it, but you've already teased us with what the climax will be, so it's kind of expected in a way, you know?
Yeah. From my opinion, I agree with everything, but the problem that is created is that the lead is way too simple. The lead is like very few notes, and there isn't much. There isn't really movement to that lead in terms of the notation of it. So I would, I personally think you need to start over and really scrap that lead. Unfortunately, I know you might like that. Picanier might like it and think it's a nice one, but this one is way too simple, and it does not really blend with how nice the groove, meaning the bass, perks, kick, and everything goes. I'm not a big fan of simple leads. I prefer people to have, for like immersed submissions, to have at least a little bit of depth to it. And this one doesn't necessarily have it, but if you want to keep it, then try to figure out a way to go forward with it and build it through in the second half, if you know what I mean, Mr. Picanier.
Yeah, I feel that it's mainly developing the song a bit more. I feel that the lead doesn't bring much tension. I feel that could be a word to describe it. It's a progression, but it's not a progression that it's like. It's hard to say it because it's hard to put it in words, to be honest. But it could be a little bit. I think that you can work on the lead progression as well, because it needs a bit more tension. It needs a little bit more development that side as well. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Hope it helped, dude. And let's keep on going, Mr. Ollie Heron now. He said that he had a banger, so I'm expecting a banger over here. Exactly. Maybe a call and response could be bum 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 bum. You know, something like this.
Exactly.
TM DO5, how you doing? Yes, Dylan, this is recorded. Hey Naziri, how you doing? Love it. Right from the beginning. Dude, liquid drum and bass is just so good. Who is the vocalist, first of all? Splice. Good old Splice.
That's fair.
But good job, dude. Like, even if it's a Splice vocal, labels might be a bit cranky, but I love the vibe of it. Like,
Who cares?
Exactly. Dude, I love this vibe. Love this vibe. Dude, maybe something. Go ahead.
So since this is actually up my alley and suspended, even though Suspended Sounds, which is a sub label that I run, is currently on hiatus, I do know how to fix this track to make it the perfect candidate for it. The songwriting is perfect, but two parts that need to be added in order for it to work. First of all, there needs to be more happening in the breakdown, either extra melody, that you taking that piano and making it go up and down with like a little soft melody, or making it like stab pianos or any of those back pads and really adding it in and drawing like a ethereal vibe, and then throwing a ginormous amount of reverb on the vocal and having like one sentence or a phrase of it in there to push it in to cause that etherealness to just be overwhelming. Secondly, in the drop, what I would like to hear is that you take one of those pianos or the back elements and change the notation of it. There's a particular song that I'm thinking of that from my label that did this really well. I need to find it. I'll put it in the chat, and I'll send it to you. It's called it's by Ann Wius, Anwius, and I believe, yeah, it's called Transients, from the Transients EP, and you can hear at the drop, how the piano isn't playing the exact same notes. It's playing a different kind of melody, but it's giving that kind of release and tension. Yeah, transients, as in like the
yeah,
ENC.
Oh, transients.
Yeah.
Who is the artist?
AN and W.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Alex is saying. I feel that the breakdown could have a little. Sorry, did I cut you off?
No, go ahead. Nope, go ahead.
I feel that the breakdown could have something else. That something else could be nice, and a change in vibes would be amazing, just to switch it a little bit in the drop 2. And that's a comment that I often make to you about the drop 1, drop 2. Is it bad at the moment? I don't think it is. But I feel that it could be better.
The suggestion that I gave is literally the perfect way to do it, because you're not supposed to be adding like an extra element in here, because good drum and bass doesn't really have counter melodies. They just utilize what they've already built and already designed in the first half and change the notation of it to make it cool. And they add in maybe like a good sweep up to make that drop sound heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And so here, just that piano in the background can be elevated, brought into the mix, and then you change the notation, and you can hear that in the song that I suggested from my label that does that perfectly. And if you think it'll work, then it'll work.
Amazing song, though. Hope you get it, this one, and let's keep on going. be louder. Show you one thing though, and I'm gonna show you in the drop too. I've been talking to Motri about making a sample pack with his voice, which is what you're listening. Let me know in the comments if you'd like something like this. Let me put this song in mono. Ariel? See you, Koff. Thank you for tuning in. We'd appreciate that. Comments?
Yeah. Everything's pretty good. I think with that vocal I know this is gonna be a weird comment, but I think you could auto-tune it just a little bit more. Get it sounding a little bit robotic. Because there's so many tracks that I've heard that use vocals like that, but if you just put a little bit of a flavoring on top of it, you could make it sound really cool. Other than that, everything sounded pretty good. I think the kick is just, again, a little lost. I think that's a thing that a lot of people do here. And I wasn't really a big fan of just the top lead, the do, but that's just personal preference. It's good for that genre, and I'm sure there's plenty of labels out there who would accept something like that, but that's just not the immersed preference. But other than that, it's pretty good. There's not much to say about it. It's the Motri style, which is pretty common in what I get from DMs from him, so yeah, pretty good.
What I feel, Motri, is that the mix, I agree with the kick. It's a bit quieter than the sub, or so you either raise the kick or you lower the sub because the sub is overtaking that. The other part is that I feel that this song, from the beginning, that was something that I noticed in like moment zero of the song, you know. There is something weird with the stereo width of the song. When I put this over here and I put the song in mono, here it's fine, the vocal is fine. But it's sounding strange. It's sounding like there's one part over here of the song and there's another part over here of the song, and they're not really connected. And when I put this in mono, it just closes up, but they're not really connected one to the other. Maybe you have too much bass and you could have a little bit more mid bass just to compensate this and unite these parts together. I feel that there is some work to do in the mixing, and I would say that first is the stereo mixing. Some stuff are just a bit too wide. And the second thing is maybe there could be more mid bass as well. Yeah, I'm not sure, but it feels like you're using something to spread things out. And yeah, I would guess ER, okay? That's mainly what I would do. The second part is I like the whoa, but at the same time, I would appreciate a change in the drop too, like a different melody possibly, or not a different melody, but an evolution of the previous melody that you had before, just to spark things a little bit more in the drop too. And Harmis, thank you so much for the submission as well. That's mainly what I have to say. The vibe is good. The vocal is really nicely mixed, in my opinion. Like it feels good to me. Possibly could be a little bit louder. And someone mentioned maybe making the vocal a little bit more mono in the drop, in the breakdown. That's something to look into as well. But yeah, I feel that overall the whole song is a bit too wide. Okay. Let's keep on going. Mind sync over here.
Yeah, chat. Just remember, Leo loves you not to be too stereo, bro.
Yes.
So just remember that, bro.
Yeah, Leo likes this. I've replaced over here. So mind sync now. Motri, hope you like the feedback, by the way. Mindset used to be mindset, but he saw that there's a lot of people using that name, so he just changed the name, which I agree with him. And again, if you haven't liked the video or subscribed to the channel, hit that like button, hit the subscribe, and we'll love it. Change over here definitely got me off guard, and I like this. thoughts, Alex? Or should I start?
I think you should go entirely breakbeat on this. It was really awesome what you did with the break and then going into a breakbeat drop, but I think the entire track should be breakbeat. Like, you've got great energy, emotion in the melodies. Just clean up the mix, make it a breakbeat track, copy either Immersed Artist Once Again or Immersed Artist Parallel Voices on his Down EP. You can copy those guys, you can learn from them, and make it into a fantastic breakbeat track, and you could get signed maybe because it's a good vibe. Yeah. The kick needs to be just a little bit more pronounced, and you need to like get the mud out of the percussion. So I would either bring it just like 0.01% stereo and then get the mud out of it. So yeah, it needs to be one drum vibe, and I think breakbeats the entire way through would work. You can definitely keep the breaks in the breakdown and build into it. One thing I didn't appreciate was right at 2:37, you went down into silence, and you're already built up with a nice drum loop there. I just wanted to go straight into the drop, so I think that you should definitely just get right to it right away, and not go to silence.
I think that this about going to silence. Sorry.
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, sorry about that. The drop is really nice. The emotions, the elements are really nice. Just clean up the mix and then boom, done.
Yeah. Do you think that it has too much low mids as a whole?
Yeah, that's what I was. I was just saying that it just feels mud.
Yeah.
It feels like there's just like a flat plane of mud right now.
Yeah. Personally, I like the silence. Okay, I'm gonna say, but it's not that I'm attached to it, and I could live without it. Okay, so that's one point. I like that it's the drop over here is not breakbeat, and breakbeat. I've been trying to do this, but I feel that not so many people like this, and I'm kind of changing my gears on that as well. But could it work just as a breakbeat song, drop 1 and drop 2? I think it could. I wouldn't change the vibe much. Just do a breakbeat there. I like how it is at the moment, but I can definitely see it going the other way around. The Ocean, thank you so much for that. Thank you for staying with us. But the main thing to me is that the kick is kind of buried in the mud of the bass line. And I don't think that the kick needs to be louder. It's just that there's so much low mids that it just could be a little bit quieter over there.
I'm listening back. This has gotta be just a straight fire breakbeat track the entire way through.
Yeah, I'm
gonna stick to it.
Yep. So yeah,
if you submit it to me as a demo and I don't hear it as breakbeat, I'm gonna tell you I told you so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's mainly it. I like the vocals. Some people commented on having a female vocalist. I could see that working as well, but I like what you have at the moment. I feel that
what's there works.
Yeah, exactly. I feel that it could add just a bit too much complexity to the song. Let's keep on going then. Jami over here, first time submitting songs to us. Thank you, MindSync now for sending it to us. So just make it louder and punchier. I feel that before making the kick louder and punchier, make the bass line, the low mids a bit smaller, in my opinion. it now because it's going to be more explanatory now. Feel like the bass is kind of playing with it, so it's like. I would appreciate it if it was probably a bit less sidechainy or a bit less you know. Maybe even you can add like a kind of effect to the sound. It would be nice. Hey Marek, how you doing? Comments?
Yeah, this track is actually pretty good. It's the vibe is really for like coffee shops, and there's actually a freaking what's it called, like a sandwich shop down the street that literally has 24/7 colorized radio playing. This sounds like that. It is a little bit repetitive, but to be honest, it's a track that you're just gonna put in the background and listen to over and over again until you feel like you're about to go numb from studying at university. If you're gonna improve this, I'd say just I don't know, just the vocal is a little too far in the back. So just bring it up and put a little tape delay, make it a little bit more ethereal with some reverb, and then that should be it. If you're gonna make it into a club track, then there's gonna be a lot of things that need to be changed, but that doesn't seem like what the goal of this track is. I think it works. It's relaxing, and it works. It's a little repetitive in terms of like certain elements, but you can decide yourself the artist can decide himself if he wants to adjust it or not.
Yeah, I feel that the song, I have some comments on it. I feel that, as I said before, the kick is kind of playing along with the kick. The bass is kind of playing along with the kick. So it's kind of like pom, 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 pom. And I feel that if you just had a drone bass or something that would evolve throughout the song, maybe some brass stabs as well, it could make the song better, in my opinion. I feel that also... like, I would appreciate if you added, like, it does get, yeah, I agree with you. Like, I feel that maybe adding more to it would just feel a bit too much of it. I do feel, though, that it was a bit repetitive. But I'm not sure that's the intention of making something a little bit more chill and more kind of like a background kind of vibe. At the moment, it needs something to spotlight, to say like, hey, I'm the spot. I should be in the spotlight, you know. And it isn't there anymore so far, I'd say. So if you want that in your song, I feel that you need to add like a lead or something to shine through the song a little bit more. But that's mainly it. And Jemmy, hope that you liked the feedback. Thank you for submitting the first time. And let's keep on going over here. We have Avenir, just so you guys can see how is the line. Essentially, we have these guys up next. And
yeah, let me see if I got that one open. Is this one?
Avenir, you probably do.
Avenir? No, I do not have that open. Give me 1 second. There it is.
Hey y'all, how you doing? I hope you like the feedback, Harry. Really hope you liked it.
Alright, I think I'm good with Avenir.
I like the vocal.
We don't even know the destination. Oh, I can't stop. Oh, I can't stop. Heart is overtaken. Feelings at the wheel and never breaking. We don't even know the destination. Oh, I can't stop. Oh, I can't stop.
Right out of the bat, one thing that I would say to your song, Avenir, is that the kick to me, it feels like it could be a little bit longer. It feels like it could have a little bit more of like a thump in there, in my opinion. But the vibe is really good. The vocal is really good.
You say what you mean, I don't need a guess. Got a hold on me, how could I forget? Giving me all these signs.
Bring that piano up. Yeah, who's the vocalist? I want to know as well. I agree that the vocal is a bit dry, as Victor is saying. But I love the vibe as well. really nice vibe here. Alex, you can start.
Vocal needs a little bit of work, and I know that the artist in the chat has said they have not worked on it, but it needs to be worked on in terms of the mixing and just the placement of it in the mix. Other than that, the vibe is pretty cool.
Do you think that the kick is...
The kick definitely needs some work. I don't know exactly how to fix it. I'm not that versed on the whole technicality of it in terms of, maybe it's probably just like longer kick. Probably is probably the answer to it, but y'all can figure that out. But I think the intro is a little just too long. I could kind of smell that this is a radio version, and that intro is a little too long for my preference. I notice also, just as like a tip for people, when you're trying to like eat up the algorithm on Spotify, having too long of an intro on your radio edits does not work. They prefer that you get right to the point. If you check out the song Tonu, Tonu by Wasu, that track is a perfect example of just the algorithm taking it 400,000 streams, and you can see how short the intro is. It's just like a 2-3 bars of melodies, and it goes straight into the drop of drums. You need to get that stuff right out of the box right away. And you can see on Anjuna Deep that they're opting for that more often than not.
Yeah, I feel that the kick, what I think about it is that it's a bit too short. It could have, it just needs to have a little bit more thump in it, a bit more length to it, could be. I don't think it's a matter of EQing the hell out of it. It could work, but maybe just try a longer kick. Not saying it's bad, I feel that it could be longer, it could be better in my opinion. I agree with the intro. I feel that the intro is a bit too long, and I agree with that point.
And also the artist is saying that they were going to cut it down to a radio mix of around 330. I don't think this is an extended mix either.
Yeah.
This is... you have to be lane 8 or creating a song that is so fascinating for it to start with an extended mix of just melodies. Most extended mixes are short amounts of drums and progression and then getting into the point. You're going to have to be a very big artist in order for people to want to sit through the amount of melodies that you start off with. So that's just my opinion, and also a good industry tip.
Yeah. Okie dokie, let's keep on going over here. Crossing Borders.
Let me get that.
It's on Google Sheets.
Yeah.
So just so you guys know, this guy over here that you, Immersed Right, that I saw, who is the vocalist of that previous song. You can get a lot of his vocals also over here at Soundo, he's the owner there. Kind of feeling that you need a bit more bass in the song, like the one that you have at the moment, not really cutting through the mix.
That's not good.
What is not good?
You'll hear it.
Sorry?
You'll hear it.
Let's go through it then. I feel that the song is not taking me anywhere at this point. Like, I'm kind of back to the drop one at this point. Not a big fan of the bass because it's not really matching with the vocal in my opinion. It needs to have more of like a boom. Yeah, but there's definitely missing low end in there.
Yeah, they're using the bass line, but the bass line is wrong. You need to have a different bass line in terms of the notation. It could be. I think it's like a sustained bass line would work better, and also you need a stub to add into it.
Yeah.
The current version of that bass line does not work.
Yeah.
And I think the vocal is cool. Kino has done an interesting job, but when the main drop came in, you actually had the vocal playing on the drop, the per kick of the drop. And that's what I was saying, like, oh no, that doesn't work. It needs to be removed from that section, and there needs to be room to breathe between both parts. So if that's not possible, then you gotta start the writing process again.
Yeah, I feel that this song. Let's just message over here Fritz because he's going to bed. He's going to sleep.
Sleep is good.
I feel that over here, like you need a low end, and as a whole, like you need a better kick because the kick is a bit too short, and the bass is not matching with the vibe of the song because you have that piano doing the bum bum, and like the bass is going to France and the piano is going to the US, you know. So they need to go to the same place in a way, like they need to converge to the same idea, and at the moment, I don't think that they are, you know. It's not that the bass is like it just doesn't fit, you know. I feel that it needs to be a little bit more like boom, 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 boom. I feel that it needs to be more in that sense. Yeah, for those who didn't attend geography class, you know. But the other thing is, I feel that the song as a whole, and now I'm talking about the arrangement of the song. When I'm here in the drop one, the drop two, I feel that I went back to what I had before, you know. And we're back to this, right? So essentially, you're taking me to the same place where I was before. So I want the song to develop a bit more and take me maybe to a different part, maybe to a different progression. Yeah, just more.
Or they could just call this track Circles, and then this track is just a story of going back in circles.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. I feel that that could be something. So maybe, for example, you introduce a different chord progression in the drop two, you introduce a different lead in the drop two, and then you come in with the vocals afterwards. But if I had to prioritize everything that I'm saying, the bass and the kick are the main thing in the song. Like, they need to shine through a bit more. Okie dokie. Let's keep on going over here, Mr. Adria Falco now. I'm going to go into the extended mainly because... Giatino. Thank you so much, Giatino. Oh, nice. Bring me those kind of Middle Eastern-y vibes. Yeah, but that's a better snare. I agree. Comparing to the first ones that we listened to, I agree that this is a better snare. Dude, I just love when you have Middle Eastern vibes in the song. Like, it just gives us such a cool, emotive feeling to it. here I would have like a before the drop comes. I think that it could be nice. Be careful with this lead though. And this is a bit too loud in my opinion as well. The lead is just a bit too wide. Why do I say this? I'm gonna put this song in mono. The lead kind of disappears, right? The bass doesn't. The lead needs to be a little bit more up front as well. Yeah, the bass could also be a little bit less wide. I agree with that. Kiwi Sauce. And hey, how you doing as well? It's not a problem per se, but I feel that it's fine. I feel that it could be less, sorry. I feel this drop though is a bit too long as well. I don't think that this second part is needed. Maybe you can go from here to here and go to the break and then you go to the drop too. I feel that it could be better. So yeah, this is like really loud. Could be louder. And I would just get rid of this drop and just go with this to the drop too, because they could be like they're similar, you know. And I feel that they're just feeling repetitive at the moment, and this would feel a surprise if you didn't have this one before. And it would be really nice if you had some vocals like ba-da-da, ba-da-da, sha-la-la-la. You know, some kind of girl singing some weird words, you know. I feel that it would be nice. There is a pack actually called Tulum from let me get it for you. Lotus Tunes, yeah. So they have a pack called Tulum. Some of this pack, she has like some Spanish vocals in there, and I feel that that could fit really well with this. Or you can just rip my voice.
Or you can just hire me and be like, I'm gonna say some French shit like,
exactly. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, but you want to check out the label Abstrakt Records, and check out the way that they structure everything, do everything. It sounds very similar. You just need to work on the levels of a bunch of stuff because there's a lot of loud stuff. The drop was a little too loud, and certain things just needed to be placed a little bit better in terms of the mix. But other than that, this is pretty straightforward and pretty nice. I do agree with Leo on the fact that the second drop, I guess, could have come in a lot earlier. You could have axed a bunch of the intro progression and just gotten to that part sooner, and then got to the breakdown a little sooner, and then got to your main drop a lot sooner. My guess is that you would be shaving off and making this, I would think, 6:15 or 6. That's the length that I would assume that you would be shaving off. Other than that, check out Harabe Records, see if you like them, see if the vibe fits with you, and then submit to them, because that sounds very similar. They do have a lot of melodic techno with ethereal, ethnic elements. But yeah, pretty good. Not my cup of tea, but you know, definitely something worth hitting them up for.
Falco, if you don't want my voice, you know, I can do it. Just kidding. But I feel that something like this,
Soy libre,
with a lot of reverb,
etéreo, esplendoroso.
I feel that that would fit really well in the song. That's why I recommended this Pack to Loom from Lotus Tunes. But I can also sing on top of it, okay? Let's go over here to Adanova. I'm just laughing at my own voice. Yeah, I agree. I feel that you're already getting this. I feel that as an intro, this is a bit too long. Like, I wanted to get into the elements a little bit better, a little bit bigger. I kind of like the clap, Victor.
So much. It's like my favorite clap of all time. Oh my god.
I feel that it can even be louder. Tell your cousin that it's fine, Victor. Don't worry. I'm just kidding, by the way. Let's get into it. Yeah, so Adana shortened it, the intro. Love the wah, wah. Do you need to enhance something over here? Yeah, I feel that the drop needs to be enhanced a little bit at the moment, because this second part of it, maybe you can start without any melodies in the bass line over here, then you go with melodies over here, and then you add more leads over here, just to make the song grow. But I also feel that the percussion could grow as well. That's you singing, right, Adina?
You broke it. You left me high and dry.
Yeah, just use your voice more. It's just more interesting.
Yeah, I feel that it could be in the breakdown, in the drop a lot more as well. I agree that you should use your voice more as well. I'm gonna start the feedback. I feel that this song has a really great vibe. It has a nice idea. You should use your voice more throughout the song. But I feel that both the drop 1 and the drop 2, they're within a loop and they're just going over the same loop, not progressing much. They progress among each other, drop 1 and drop 2, but they don't progress within themselves, essentially. I would look into ways to make the song develop more, and like every 8 bar or 16 bars, it takes to another level. It takes to something that you're like, oh, new element, oh, new element, oh, news.
The way to do that in this instance is in the first section, when you're around 240, you should bring in like another set of hats or a shaker loop.
Yeah.
And that brings in a little bit of extra oomph. Secondly, you need a counter melody to go into the second part of it. And also, if you shorten the track a lot to about 636 length, then it won't feel like that is super repetitive.
Yeah.
You need one thing that I always encourage those who get signed, who eventually get signed, that the initial impact of the drop needs to have that euphoria listed. Even if you want to keep it like a copy paste scenario, that initial hit needs to be elevated, and that can be through let's see, like a proper sweep once that first kick hits, or it could be just an extra element that brings it to a swell. I don't know exactly what the artists do, but they just have that initial impact just hitting, so it feels like, woo, we finally made it all the way here, and now we're having that great impact and resolve. And now later in the back end, you bring in that counter melody to keep it even fresher, and people start wooing when they're in the club, and you start keeping people interested for longer periods of time. Those are my pieces of feedback, because the rest of it was good. Just make sure you cut down on unnecessary lengths and keep those parts in mind, and then you'll have a good track that could be suitable for darker labels.
Yep, I agree. Okie dokie, Adna, hope you like the feedback. I feel that that's mainly what we had to say, and let's keep on going over here. We have Justice.
Are we in the Dropbox?
Yeah.
All right. Second. Wait.
Take your exit then. Half a mile and you're back again. Weaker than you said. Push your thought to the back instead. Why do I keep framed?
One thing about this is it's a bit too wide. When I put your song in mono, kind of loses a little bit of that.
One word like an open door to forever. One hand like a cradle tied to a tether. One breath like a wave that moves you whenever.
Not sure about the kick as well.
One
a bit too high. It's hitting an F, E. Why, in my opinion, it should be at most the previous A, you know? So I feel that the kick needs to be replaced. But yeah, and the sub is a bit too loud and uneven, as you can see it over here. Some notes hit over here, some over here. It needs to be a little bit flatter. That adapter in Ableton. Adapter, this one over here. The Metric AB. I don't use the Metric AB a lot though. I'm gonna start the comments over here. I feel that the progression could have had a little bit more development because at this point over here, we're kind of in a similar place than here as well. So you can see that I'm going through back and forth 3 drops and they sound really similar. The other thing is that the mixing is really strange in terms of the stereo width. Like if you put the song in mono, it kind of loses a lot of the stuff. I'm testing over here, and I can show it over here just so you guys can listen mono. But it seems like some stuff are phasing when they're not in when they're in stereo. I don't like the kick. I think, as I said before, your kick is hitting in F1, and it should be at F0, in my opinion, or G, or up to A0 max, which is around 55 hertz, and it's hitting at 86. So I feel that you need to bump this kick a lot down, and you also need to flatten a little bit of the bass line as well because it's kind of wobbly. But I would always try to look at, like, how can you give something else in the drops? How can you always give something that you're always giving a little bit like more candy to me in the new drops, because I'm always like, at the second drop I was like, yeah, I've already listened to this, and the third drop I was like, I already listened to this twice, you know. So maybe if you added something that I haven't listened before, changed the progression, did some variations with the vocal, added a new element, just if it's in the background, I feel that it could make this a little bit more interesting as well. Alex?
Nope. I'm not going to comment. You've already said everything that I need to say. And also, this is a track that where if it was sent to me on the demo box, I wouldn't say anything because there's a lot of things to fix. The vocal was nice. That's all I'm going to say. You're more technically sound than I am, so you got everything done.
Perfect then. Mr. Skyler, hope that you like the feedback, and let's keep on going over here. Now we have Lewis. Of course, Skyler. Hey, you need to refresh your page as well, Victor, because so far we have, I think, been 46 or more. So if you haven't liked the video yet, hit that like button. I feel that the kick has a bit too much attack, Lewis. I like this, but it has a bit too much low mids over here in this lead. And this is kind of getting on top of your bass line as well.
Just say what you want from me. Wish I could mind read all of the words that you get on your lips. Your past is a mystery. You came and it's killing me, but I like the game. That's where I still exist.
State of trance.
Whenever you're using the minor scale, I personally don't like when you have the second note of the scale because it's a diminished of the major. It sounds a bit strange to me. That's personal. I'll point out exactly to which note I'm talking about. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum. Nice contrast with the lead. Nice, it's developing and evolving, which is really nice. Comments, Alex?
You do it. The drop section is much better than the initial section because the drum fills, the drum percussions and things is way too cluttered in the first section, and then you give it so much more space and breathing room in the second half. I don't know what you did differently, but you seem to have done it better in the second half. The drop wasn't very satisfying. You should do that like one silent space drop so that you get that tension coming back in. That's my opinion. This is a cool track, but you gotta work on the first part where the drums and the percussion are just so overbearing to the point where I feel like there isn't much of a progression going on. You need to just work on that, and that's pretty much my only comment.
Yeah, my comment is that I feel that there are some mixing opportunities. For example, the bass line could the percussions feel a bit too low endy, the lead feels a little too low endy, and it could open space for the bass to shine through a bit more. I personally don't like the second note of the progression, which is this one over here. That's personal opinion. But the vibe is really good. Comparing to the previous song that you've sent me personally and privately, I prefer this one 100%. The lead is much better to listen to. It's much more centered. And that one, you can see that I didn't mention the stereo thing with you or anything. But the vibe is really good here. I really like this. And with a few adjustments, probably making, I don't know, I feel that the song is small enough. But I would like to have a little bit more stuff to, I don't know, give it a bit more a different vibe, because I thought that this over here, I'll play it. Why is it not playing? Anyway, probably lost the song over here somewhere. Or probably Chrome is just being Chrome. But anyway, you guys hearing me? Or am I... you were here? Yes, you are. Okay, so yeah, probably just Chrome being Chrome. Yeah, just my comments on the song. Okie dokie. Okay, no, it's just because like Chrome froze and I was like, why is it frozen? So you can see that it's even reloading the next song and it's reloading this one. So I'm figuring that it's gonna crash now. So let's see what happens. Let's keep on going over here. Let's see if Chrome gives us a good time or if it's just gonna be a pain. Let's see. Do I need to load this again? Or let me do this. I'm gonna copy. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, one piece of advice before we start this track: always submit your tracks for feedback recommendations as a private link.
To me, it doesn't really. That's personal. I'd say.
If a label finds it and it's a public link, then that's bad.
Yeah, in that scenario, I agree with you. Yeah, so let me just close Chrome because it's giving me a hard time, and I'm gonna reload this. We have the links, right? Yes, we do. You can see that my computer is having some technical difficulties. It's not even the the CPU is clogging, right? Yeah, Chrome is just being Chrome. Let's see if it unclogs it a little bit now. So wait a second. You know what I'm gonna do? Easiest way. And I'll reload this. Sorry about this, technical difficulties. We don't control. Probably just gonna force quit it and load it again. Someone said something about Chrome was going to freeze, kind of jinxed the whole thing. Do we have it? Boom, 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 boom. We have sound again. At least we have sound, but where is it coming from? I have no idea. There you go. It's coming from here, and I know what I want to do. So I want to just grab this from this. Sorry about this.
You're affectionate.
Yeah, dude,
And
you
then at the
kind of
same
jinxed
time-
everything, right? So now I'm just gonna.
Me? Jinx. I'm so sorry. I'm a bad juju, bad omen. Oh wait, pun intended. If anyone knows the band Bad Omen, they're pretty bad actually.
Load them, open URLs, and boom, we have everything back on track. Hopefully it doesn't crash. We have Lewis over
Hey,
here.
El Cavill, go ahead. Call me out.
No, not reverse order. Do we have sound? Come on. Yes. Be careful with your ears. Just putting back to the normal loudness. Vlad, thank you so much for staying with us. Really nice song, by the way.
And it's time to go. And it's time to go. Baby, what you need?
I feel that maybe some more, like, the kick is kind of, like, I can hear the kick over here, but it's too low now. It could be a little bit louder. It could be a little bit higher. You're playing A minus 1. Now you're playing it over here. And now it's going over there. So I feel that it should be probably playing at A0 or G0 and not A minus 1 if I were to say, you know. Probably some more percussions as well to make the song develop a little bit more and make it grow a little bit more, because at the moment we're kind of in a loop, just going over and over, over and over and over. This loop with the vocal on top, you know. Yeah, it just needs more, you know. Like at the moment, it feels like a BPM change over there, but it feels like it could, like what you're doing over here. Add more percussions, add more this, add more that, add more this to make the song develop a little bit and grow in intensity, you know. For example, this part over here, the drop 2, sounds better than the drop 1. It kind of gives a cool groove in the song finally. But I wouldn't be tuning the kick as you are, like boom, boom, because now it's weak, now it's weak, now it's a bit better, but it still could be higher. Something that you would never do is keep playing around with the kick, because you're just playing around with the most important thing of the song, you know? But I like this second part of the song a lot more than the first one. Comments, Alex?
I'm really confused why you're speeding up the track, as in the second part. It seemed very strange. When in the first part, I thought when you got really into, we understood the general vibe, I thought there was going to be a guitar coming in. Like, this is, oh hey, we're Mumford & Sons, and this is our new way of writing music. I thought there was a guitar coming in and we're going to go all indie out on this, but no, it didn't happen. So to me, this track is cool, but there needs to be extra stuff and it needs to be centralized in terms of don't rush it, don't change the tempo randomly, and make it indie.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion because I don't really know how to feedback this track because it's a little wonky. And yeah, that's all I'm gonna say for it right now because this track definitely is a work in progress.
Yeah, but the second half hits better than the first one. I feel that's mainly what I wanted to say. Like I feel that it got me going a little bit more than in the first one. And I feel that, but I definitely wouldn't play with a kick because it just makes the song sound weak at parts and better at others, and then weak again and then better at others. It just keeps it a bit weird. Okie dokie, let's keep on going over here. As a PK, we're going to skip a little bit of this intro over here just because, oh, this is already part of the song, right? And just because 7 minutes, you know. One thing about the bass line I can already say, it's a bit too wide. And it could be a little bit louder, like the kick is kind of playing alone over here in the low end. Yeah, definitely feel like it needs a bit more bass in this part. You know, I'm not sure. The bass is the mid bass is too wide, and you need more of that sub and kind of really low end bass. You know. Yeah, so same thing. I'm gonna just make your song in mono, just so you can listen to what happens to your synths and to your bass line. And you see how it just loses a lot of the content, you know? Like the kick is there. And I feel like at this point, I'm kind of like already thinking that this should be towards the end of the song, you know? But it feels like you're going to another breakdown and another drop over here. And you already had the climax of the song. You already had the important element of the song over there. And it feels like it could have less time. And that's why I feel that 7 minutes is just a bit too long, you know? We're going to a new break over here. And essentially the new break is just going to places that we've already been before. Like with the lead. And then, can you see how this part is a bit too similar to the drop one? And you even add the lead and then you go down with it. what I would do over here then, Sean, essentially, I would make this, I would cut this second part of the song and focus only on this one over here. In addition to that, make the bass line a little bit more centered, add a little bit more sub and a little bit more bass line in the low end of the song. And in addition to that synth that you have, those synths that you have, you need to make them a little bit more centered as well. I really like this, by the way, as well.
Yeah, this track is repetition central, and that's something that I want people to learn not to do.
Yeah, I feel that.
I also think that a double breakdown track has to be very, very, very good in order to warrant that, the necessity of it. There's a track on the label called Activate by Kurt Reynolds, and that has 2 breakdowns, but it deserves it because the rest of the track, the main groove, the synths, the leads, all work really strongly together to necessitate interesting and unique ways of moving through the track.
Mm-hmm. Thoughts about the song? Like, I do feel that the bass line, it's a nice bass line. It's just that it needs a better mixing and a better, how can I say, it just needs to glue together with the song a bit better, you know? And we've listened, for example, examples of songs that could be a little bit more centered in the bass line as well. It's not only about the reference that you're choosing, but also listen to what you're doing and listen to what the song is sounding like, and use the references not only as, okay, I'm going to copy their arrangement, because if you only copy the arrangement but you don't copy the same elements that they're having, it could end up sounding repetitive, okay? Okie dokie, let me know what you think about it, and let's go to Mikey over here. Probably gonna skip this intro over here. Nice. Even though your kick has enough low end, it could be a little bit louder based on what you're seeing in your sub. And not only this, but you're missing a bit of body in the kick, you know? It has a bit too much of that, but it needs a bit more of like. And I feel that you could have ended the drop over here. You kind of end it, but you don't, you know? I would go from here to the breakdown directly. Just makes the song a little bit more to the point, you know?
silence, calling me in to the night, and I can find them. I answer the call of the sirens. I hear the call of the sirens, calling me in to the night, and I can find them. I answer the call of the sirens.
This breakdown could have been a little bit more to the point, also a bit too long in my opinion. Nice, but a bit too long. And I would filter the build up a little bit more as well. Thank you for staying with us, Sean. Really appreciate it. Comments, Alex?
Need more movement in the groove. That's my main comment. Everything sounds pretty good. Brevity is always the key with me, but movement between in that the groove needs to happen. It's either a shaker loop or something in the middle. You gotta just add some stuff in the middle there to make that groove just a little bit more free-flowing. And that's pretty much it. The vocal could come up a little bit more, but that's just personal preference. That's my main takeaway from this. Otherwise, it's pretty good. I will also say that this does sound like Yotto very much. So, yeah.
Yeah, what I felt over here is that this bit over here of the song, this boom, 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 you could have added it to the drop 2 because the drop 2 kind of feels like drop 1. If you listen to this, it's there, but it's not so loud in the mix, and I feel that it could be a little bit louder in there. I would make the song significantly smaller. Like, I feel that this drop could be a little bit smaller. Probably not the drop, but maybe the breakdown. The intro could be smaller as well. You're hitting the start of the song at 144, something like this. But the main thing to me is that this bit of the song and this bit of the song, they sound really similar, right? So how can you make the song a little bit different, you know? How can you, maybe if you added this over here, it just adds something in the song, you know, to keep it going a little bit more. Okie dokie. Hope you like the feedback, dude, and welcome to the live stream as well. So let's keep on going. Vodea now. Hey Zach, how you doing? Of course, Mike. Watch your ears. too much width, too much sidechain so far. I like the sound as well. I like the bird sound as well. Check over here. Okay. Comments, Alex?
It just sounds like you want to be signed to TNH. It's the kick needs to be tuned a little bit better. That it's like flat. Other than that, this track is very happy, and I'm not a big fan of happiness, and also the automation on the art and the sound design could use some work, but I don't know how to exactly pinpoint what exactly you need to do, but that's really what needs to be done. This is not necessarily like feedback necessarily, but from an industry perspective, I hear there are too many people trying to write overly happy melodic house, and I'm very sick and tired of hearing a bunch of that being sent to me, because of course Lane 8 is so big these days, and everyone's trying to get noticed by him and get their songs played by him, and it's just a little excessive to the point where it's like, come on, man. But this song is pretty good. I would just work on making the mix as strong as possible. Take feedback from how Lane 8 processes his bass line with the synths and the kick all together, so that you can get it tighter and neater, so that the drop just hits a little bit stronger. But in terms of melody, in terms of storyline, there definitely is one, and that's a very good way of writing a song. And I think you can keep it simple, keep it clean, and then you'll have a good song that you could potentially just put it out there self-releasing, or find a label that might be like a feeder label into TNH.
Yeah. I like the song. I feel that there's a bit too much width, a bit too much. I agree with the comments that it sounds too much like TNH, but to me, that's not a problem. At the same time, that it could be a problem because, like, if it's too much like them, why would they, like, what is it bringing to the table?
And TNH doesn't really sound like what it started as anyway.
Exactly.
All the people that are submitting just their own thing that has melodies, that has interesting vibes, that could be played by Lane 8 in a DJ set. That's what TNH is looking for, not this overly happy early Lane 8 stuff. I understand that people want to write that and they were so inspired by it way back when in 2019 when he started the label, but it's not going to work today. And there's less labels willing to put their money on it.
Yeah. Oh, and also the sidechain is a bit too intense. Could be a little bit smoother, in my opinion.
Sure. All right.
Yes, your tune is coming up, dude. You're welcome, dude. Helio6, thank you for having me here so much. Thank you for having you here so much. I really appreciate it, and see you soon. Vocal sounds like it has a bit too much high end, in my opinion. Comments?
Yeah, this is pretty good. I do want to see a little bit of variation on the second part, but the vibe is pretty good. The vocal is a little being played a little too much. And so I would vary it up or take it out of the spots where it's being overplayed, such as the main part of the drop. It's a little excessive. I would recommend listening to the most recent EP that was on Immersed. It's complete straight breakbeat. The B-side is the one that utilizes a vocal very, very well, and then takes the drop is just completely different, and it brings in a completely new synth lead. So it showcases to you what you could potentially do with a really strong breakbeat progression, and then smooth it out and push it forward for a euphoric drop. I know this is more of a chiller side. The A side could be also a really good example, but you need to provide some variation in that part and just let go of the vocal so it leaves more room for breathing.
Yeah, I feel that there's also a bit too much high end in there. Like you're probably pushing the high end a bit too much in the master, so the vocal is a bit too high. The percussion is a bit too high.
Yeah.
But other than this, I agree with what Alex said. And let's keep on going over here. Rick Stones. Straight to the point. is really cool, Rick.
All right, class. Put your hands up, shoulders up.
Lovely drop one. Really amazing harp. Dude, really good. Great track, in my opinion. I'd love to see what you have to say, Alex.
Good stuff, I guess. My personal, I liked it. I wouldn't sign this myself because it's just like it's a little bit too much on the happy side. But in terms of feedback from an A&R at a label, like I would on any given workday, I wouldn't be commenting on the percussion, the progression, or anything like that because everything works. It's just a little too happy for me, and I don't love happiness. And so that's pretty much the only comment I have. There's nothing really wrong with this. It's perfect. It's good. And I'm pretty sure it will get played out by quite a number of popular DJs.
I agree with you. I have nothing to say, and from what I'm getting from you, it's like a personal preference, not much of like just I don't But
it's like the label that for me, we curated stuff that's much more of the like halfway between dark and light, and this one is just right in the middle of middle and light, and it's just like that's just preference.
Definitely.
But happiness is like something that I've never been totally in tune with, so good track. If I hear it on Spotify in the next couple of months, then I'll definitely give it a whack into the playlist that I got because it's pretty good.
Yeah, congrats, dude. Really amazing song. No, he said, that's what he said, Victor. He's not saying it's a bad song. It's just that it's not for his taste, you know? But as he said, like, it's perfect in as it is, right? Gonna go over here into the sauce of it, okay? So the clap feels a bit more to the left, while the hats are a bit more to the right.
hear that.
It's a bit strange to me, to be honest, you know? That reminds me a little bit of like 2000s kind of electronic music, to be honest. Yeah, that kind of song, exactly, Grim. It's nice, but it's like it needs a vocal as it is at the moment. And this is like the beginning, right? I just feel that it needs to develop a little bit more at this point, you know? Like, I don't know why you're doing too many bridges, because the bridges are not taking me. It's like you're bridging point A to point B, you know? You're bridging point A to point A, you know? And I don't feel that this part over here is necessary, and I don't feel that this bridge needs to be that long as well. But I definitely feel that this could have a vocal. And you need to develop this a little bit more. A little bit faster, I'd say. You can see that I'm skipping it, but everything that you're doing in a minute, you could have done in 30 seconds, I'd say. Like, it's taking way too long of a time to, like, from 3:12 to go from 3:40, which is where you're gonna go, to do this. You can do this in 45 seconds, for example. And this goes back to here, right? But the thing is, it definitely develops, but I feel that you still need the main theme of the song to go through, you know, like maybe a vocal, because all the elements that you have there doesn't feel like they are leading the song, you know. Yeah, that's what I have to say. Like, it needs the main theme of the song, because at the moment you have kind of like a background and everything, but like nothing is like, what is the main element of the song? You know what I mean? That's what I'm missing here. Maybe a vocal, maybe a main lead or something like this, and also those structure changes that I suggested. Alex?
I don't know where you even begin. Like, what is your goal with this song? That is,
yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah,
that's the thing that you need to get down. Speed it up by 2 to 3 BPM. Get write down on a piece of paper your goal with the song, what you want to get out of it, what's the vibe, and then start taking pieces and write down all the pieces that you got, and then see how you can get from point A, which is your ending goal, to point B, which is the finished product, and then work from there. Because I can't really give you specific things to work on, because I don't know exactly what you're gonna get at here, what you're going for. Because it seems like you're going for progressive house on like pure progressive by Solar Stone's label, or you're trying to do like 1980s or 1990s super trance like York on the beach. Like, figure out what you want to do, stick to it, and work through that.
Yeah.
Mixing genres doesn't really work in this day and age. It could back 10 years ago, but now gotta just sit down and figure it out. And I can't help you with that because that is something that you need to do. And once you have your idea down, then someone like Leo, who provides one-on-one feedback, can help you try to achieve that. And then you can learn from your mistakes, learn from that, and keep on building on top of that.
100%. Colocasia now. Hope it was helpful, Elias. But I feel that you need a goal with the song. At the moment, it doesn't feel like it has one, you know? The first thing that I would say, Colocasia, is that not sure about the intro. Not sure you should start with this intro, and maybe you can introduce this just afterwards. It's a nice element, the guitar, but I'm kind of like, just want to get into the sauce of it. That's Sophia Nazau vocals, right? A bit too much thump in the kick as well. Vocal feels like it could be louder though. Like it wants to show a little bit more. Not sure about the bass over here in the breakdown. It feels a bit too loud as well. Where's the bass here? Listen to this. Listen how loud the bass is over here. And then out of a sudden you get out of it and then disappear and then too loud again. Like it just needs balance in the bass line. Yeah, that's too loud. Listen where the note is peaking here and where it's peaking here. And here's the thing, that's why I think that bass is too loud. This is where the bass is over here. It needs to be a little bit more consistent. This is too loud in my opinion. And I would change the kick as well. What do you think, Alex?
Mixing needs to be worked on. It's an interesting track, but The mix needs to.
Yes.
It's just like really. It's very subtle. It's very subtle. On the bass needs to go down on just a tiny bit, but it also needs the kick needs to be more present. And then there are certain elements that are really nice, but now I'm going to speak as an A&R, and I'm probably going to speak more as an A&R because I'm starting to feel like these tracks are songwritingly good. I personally don't love that vocal. It's overused. That style of vocal is overused right now, and it's becoming kind of a plague across the industry where you're hearing random artists use Afro vocals without them actually being African, and they're trying to channel that, and it's like, this just seems wrong. It just sounds like you're appropriating another culture just to get some clicks in a view. Be authentic to yourself when you're writing music. Other than that, the synths and the melodies were quite cool, but I don't think they're as intriguing right now for me. Like, I'm sure one man's trash is another man's treasure, but those, if I was looking at this for Immersed, I would not be signing this because they're not as intriguing to me. It's not super euphoric or super interesting. It's like, I've heard plenty of songs like that before, and so it wouldn't get signed necessarily to a label of my size at the moment. Maybe Sakura might take a gander at it. I don't know exactly, but maybe they would. Maybe some label that's run by like a smaller artist might take a look at it. But overall, it's a good song, and it needs to just, you need to go through, fix the mix, work on in making it a little bit more interesting with the synths and the notation of the songwriting, just so that it brings in a little fresh air is all I'm saying.
I feel that the mixing needs to be worked on. I feel that the vocal, to me, it's fine working with this vocal, but I personally feel that this vocal pack has been overused. And I know exactly which pack it is. It's the Sofia Nizao sample pack from Splice, or there's another one using. The problem is that she's hyped at the moment because there's a song called Mwaki that basically uses her vocal and this vocal pack, essentially. So everyone wants to use this vocal now.
Yeah, I've never heard, I honestly didn't know who it was, but the style is so overused right now. You can just go randomly search Afro House song, and you're just gonna find something very similar to it, and it's like, sure, cool. Another thing in terms of the overuse of vocal samples is one of the artists actually that we worked with is Lauren Lemont. Big shout out to Bound to Divide, all those people that have been working with her, but I've heard way too many demos in the past couple of weeks that are just using the Basic Waves sample pack that features Lauren Lemont, and it's like, okay, we get it, you're a fan and you want to use her vocals, but that's not interesting enough for me to sign it. If you want to work with her, then call her up and get it.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to be interesting, use them really interestingly, but don't just copy and paste and drag it in there and stuff.
Yeah, I feel that over here, the guitars that you added over here in the breakdowns, but they don't have any participation, or they don't feel like they participate in the drop. So my question is, like, why are they there? This intro doesn't need to have, you don't need to have the first intro. It could be right to the point. And I feel that you need more mixing for sure. Like 100% need more mixing, especially in this breakdown, because these bass notes are just a bit too loud. And this bass line, if it goes from a bass line to a non-bass line moment, is just a bit strange. Lower the bass, have a lower bass over here at the beginning and keep it there, but have those bass points louder afterwards. Okie dokie, let's go to Bamuya now. feels a bit too wide. Feels like there's too much sub in here. You can hear where the kick is hitting, where the sub is hitting. Sub is just a bit too loud. I would lower this in 6 dB at least. The sub, of course. I'm not talking about this one over here. This one I'd probably lower in like 2 or 3. Probably start the song with this drop and then have the other one here, because
switching with the drops to the beginning. Let me hold on a second.
Let me go over here then. I feel that
actually, you know what? Yeah, I do agree with you now. It's like you need to progress into this, and that's how Ben Bulmer does it. That's how his buddy, Bamuna's buddy, like Herdright does it quite a bit. I feel like you just need to swap those two out and progress into it. You can bring it back and get really minimal with the drop, but you need to like progress into the track of more than what you have done now. Because you're cluttered in the beginning, and then you bring it back to minimalism, and that's just, it doesn't flow as well as I'd like. Now, as an A&R, this is like, I think Purified probably would be interested in this, probably if you get a really cool vocal going through this, but this would not be fit for Immersed because it's too relaxed and too similar to all the other stuff that you've done in the past with Herdright and all those types of kids, because this is not my style, if you say.
Yeah.
But it's still good, and I would, once you finish it, and you've got the structure working and you've got the songwriting working, then you can definitely possibly send me the Spotify link for a playlisting position.
What I feel over here with the song is the bass is too loud. You need to work on the arrangement over there. As I said, swap there. I wouldn't have the intro. I prefer songs that go directly to the drop and the break. I feel that you're just kind of spoiling what's coming next. And I like the breakdown, but the last drop, I felt that like you see that I bounced back and forth, and I was like, have I already listened to this? So that's mainly what I'd have to say. Like maybe add something new to the second drop just to feel a little bit newer, a little bit different. But that's mainly it. Now let's go to Daily Dessert. I'm go directly over here to the breakdown. Beginning, I feel like the bass shots, they're just a bit too wide. Haven't I gone through your song, Francesco? Could have gone earlier. You're here, Dylan, don't worry. Basically, there's just too many songs already that I have to go through, and I don't know what I'm gonna have to do because I have 1 hour left, and I have to go through 30 songs. So I have to either have to be pretty kicked, or I'm gonna have to leave some songs out to check afterwards. Over here, I feel that you need a bigger sub. This could be 1 octave down. This is not really big over here. The sub, I feel that you need a little bit more mid bass over here, and not only the stereo, because that one is stereo, we barely listen in mono. So the bigs could be bigger.
Front kick needed.
Sorry?
Your front kick. Place the kick immediately. Like, get rid of this one, put a new kick in, and boom.
Yeah.
Sound a little bit better.
I don't think that the problem is the kick. I think that the kick is a problem because there's no bass in there. I think that this kick could work, but it just needs something to work along with it, you know.
That's I agree with that. I agree with that, and it's also just so this progression isn't a progression. It's very repetitive, and
yeah, I agree with this.
Hope people learn from this live stream today that progression is the number one thing to make me like it. Because if you have elements coming in and bringing it in, and just like listen to a bunch of Guy J tracks. If you need some inspiration, Guy J does it perfectly. He brings in a certain element and he keeps on progressing over and over again to the point where it's just crescendos into euphoria. And if you can't do that, then you need some lessons with hopefully Leo or someone in my team, but hopefully Leo, that you can pay him to learn and do all of the stuff. So,
Yeah.
that's my opinion, because progression is the number one key, and this track currently does not have that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, and it definitely adds more elements, but I feel that the new elements that you have in there, I feel that, for example, you tried adding a lead and a drop too, but it's still missing a goal in the progression. I feel that that's the main thing. Like, it's still missing of like, where is this progression taking me? And those elements, they feel more like background elements than anything else. And that's why they don't feel like proper leads and everything. So bye, Ava. That's what I would try to do. Try to add something to make the song progress a bit more and develop a bit more and make it basically like grow into something. That's mainly what I have to say. Francesco, then we have two more for you, Alex. Then we're gonna go into the speed testing. But I'm gonna do it a bit differently because I probably can't do it more than 20 songs, and I have 29 or 30. So let's go right into the sauce of it. So far, so good.
good song. The synths need to stand out a little bit more in terms of the background stuff. Just I think it's more of just the tightening the mix. But from an A&R perspective, this is a little. There's nothing much standing out in terms of like interest right now. This wouldn't get signed, as you probably can now tell, because it is a track that is very conservative in what it does. It's not it knows what it is, it knows what it does, and it gets to the point, and it has a storyline to it, but it isn't something that is overly interesting for me. I think there needs to be some more movement in the groove because it feels very static, and it would need an extra element in the back end to be perfect for to make it better, just to make it a little bit more energy into it, because I know that a bunch of the tracks today lacked a little bit of energy on them when they're trying to be dance tracks. So I think strengthening that low end, giving it a little bit more punch, and coming up with a more interesting counter melody would make it a little bit better. But overall, this would not get signed to Immersed, but it's still a good track. It's very conservative. It knows what it is, what it does, and what it achieves.
Yeah.
And so
I agree with you. Like I don't have much to comment on the song, but at the same time, like it's a song that it's conservative. Like it's playing it safe.
Yeah.
I feel that that's the main comment that I have to say to you. Like the lead could be loud in the drop too, yes, but it's a nice song that I'd probably play it once. I'm not sure if I would play it again. I would like while it's playing, and it's gonna be like, oh, it's a well done song, but I'll probably be like, yeah, well done song. Okay, next. Okay, so I feel that you need to do something a little bit bolder. Like it needs to stand out, and need to stand out a little bit more. Basically, that's the word for the song. It needs to be something that it's not at the moment. You know, it needs to be a little bit more like, don't care about what the labels are submitting, and just try to do something different, you know? Okie dokie, let's keep on going. Kib. Let's go back to the loudness. So I'm gonna mention about, for the next songs over here, basically it's gonna be like this. Whoever is here, just let me know in the comment sections, and we'll make a list of whoever is here. Because if you're not here, then I'll probably just listen to the song afterwards, because I'm kind of with a big headache at the moment, and I want to make sure that I'm giving the best feedback that I can. So whoever I can give feedback afterwards, I'll just make sure to give feedback afterwards. So we have Andy's. What is your name on SoundCloud? Because I don't see it. It's a nice vibe, by the way. Oh, Andrew. Okay, so I know that Mustafa is here. This is the one. First one. Then Sleepy Atom. Silver. Forsby here too, so Forsby goes second. Yasin, what is your nickname on SoundCloud? Adley here as well, so Adley goes here. Wow, lots of good people here. Silver is here. Namo is here as well. IT not here. Muzio not here. Yasin is here. In another galaxy, not sure. Diego not here. Sleepy Atom is here, so these two go here. Chomu, not here. Radium, are you here? Tree, are you here? Have you submitted something, Matt? Namo is here. Zach. Clue, are you still here? Michael Cross, not here. Namo, you have 2 tracks, Namo. Choose one. Clue is still here. Okay, send me the DM and I'll get the link there. Chomo, are you there? Oh, okay, awesome. You didn't mention, so this is a nice song though. Like, I like the Afro vibe of it. Like, it definitely needs some mixing and a little bit more intensity in the song but the vibe, the idea itself, it's solid, I'd say. Like, I'm not sure I would sign it because I feel that the kick could be a little bit thumpier. I feel that the elements itself could be a little bit like it would be progressing a bit more. It could be developing a bit more in how it is. But at the same time, I'm listening while sorting everything over here, and I'm like, I like this. I think that this has a future for it, you know? What do you think, Alex?
The production is absolutely great. It's fantastic, but again, when I heard the vocal for the first time in that sequence, I said, yay.
Yeah, when I heard that vocal, I was like, yeah, we know. Flag on the play.
I'm like, yes, I understand what's going on. Like, you want to make like kind of music stuff, but kind of music already did this. You want to make that kind of stuff and be part of the kind of music label, you gotta be more interesting than that, because yes, you can slap on a vocal and call it a day and you have a really fantastically produced synth. That pluck is really great, but that's just doing what everyone else has already done. And you can't, if you were trying to make a career, or at least having a hobby that makes a little bit of cash every quarter, that's not going to work. That's not going to work, and you need to find another vocal. And also, in the second half, about 4:14, start thinking about like an extra element that can go on top of it.
Yeah.
That where it can be super simple, super straightforward, but it has to be included in there, and that'll make this track perfect. Just get rid of that vocal, swap it out with something else, or don't have a vocal, or do something different, and then add that secondary counter melody, and boom, you're done.
Yeah.
But the production is just the key element here, and it's really well done. The kick's really nice. The low end of the pluck is really nice, and everything works really, really well. And I applaud you for making something that is very, very pleasant. But those little elements currently do not allow it to be signed to Immersed. Also, it's just stylistically incorrect because it's too chill.
Yeah. But I like the vibe of the song. I feel that it has something in there.
Yeah.
Let's keep on going over here. We have the last one from the donations. Then Alex is gone, and then we do for a speed. I'm gonna have to go through a lot faster, but I'm thinking that around 2 to 3 minutes every song. So. Is this the intro? Oh yes, there's a bass coming. I feel that the attack of your kick is a bit too much, and I also feel that this lead is a bit too much as well. You could have a little bit more bass in the song, dude. Now you have a bit too much sub, in my opinion. We go back to the drop one, right? So my main comment to you over here is, how can you make the drop 2 different than what you already had in the drop 1? Because it feels like it's the same thing. And I feel that it needs to develop a little bit more. I feel that it needs to grow into something else, because otherwise, like, when I get to there, what's the point of listening to something that I've already listened to? Maybe you could add some stabs, some brass stabs, some bigger, something bigger in the melody. Maybe the melody itself became with another lead that is more aggressive than anything. But it just feels that the song needs to be something else, you know? It needs to develop into something that it isn't at the moment, you know? As I said before, the kick over here, not the biggest fan of it. Feels like there's like a pew, pew in the beginning of everything. Then I feel the bass could be a little bit bigger as well. Alex?
The really like telephone sound as the lead in the second half needs to be longer, because it sounds like you're very staccato. So it sounds like it's and I'm thinking to myself, I swear to God my telephone isn't ringing right now. So I would lengthen that and give that a little bit more echo, reverb, and just weten that. And but this groove, it's all right. It's cool. It's not my favorite taste, but what I just echo what you said, and also just to get rid of that vocal and leave it for the breakdown, because it's distracting when the main elements are playing and the telephone lead is playing.
Yeah. I feel that, for example, maybe if you had like a in the drop 2, like with a more aggressive lead, that would give that something else that it's missing in the song. You know what I mean? And yeah, Alex, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate everything. Yeah. And again, anytime you're welcome.
So if you want to submit demos, no more emails allowed for demos. It's all at immersedrecordings.com/demos. That's DEMOS. There is a form over there that you can submit, and that's the only way now to submit a proper demo, and you will not be you'll be immediately rejected if you send an email. So just listen to the playlist that's right on the page, and then submit the form, and then you'll hear back from us within 4 to 6 or 7 business days.
Yep. And again, you can always how can I say, you can always welcome to come back anytime you want.
Thank you so much, and hopefully you guys learned something. And what did we learn today, chat? That variation is important.
Yes, sir. Let's keep on going
All right.
over here.
See you later, guys.
Alex, thank you so much. Really appreciate everything. Let's keep on going
Bye.
with this live stream. We have 2 Leos now, so let's go back to our meeting. Delete the meeting now, and you're gonna probably hear that good old recording. Now, stop the recording and let's get started over here. Forsby, you're up. Gonna have to do something a little bit faster right now. And go straight to the point with everything. So instantly a bit more bass over here. I can hear the kick. And I see the bass, but it feels like it could have a bit more comparing to how much high end you have in your song, you know? But the rhythm is really good. Yeah, I wouldn't have this bridge over here. Just go from here because it's bridging A to, like, you're not really adding me taking something new into this part of the song. You're just making this volume up of what? Yeah, you're not making the song develop much, you know? That pad that you have in the background is a bit too stereo as well, and I feel that you could make it a bit more mono as well. Okie dokie. This could have a little bit more low end. The bass could definitely be louder over here. Oh, no, everything is back. Yeah, and maybe the kick could be a bit bigger, to be honest, as well. Yeah, I just feel that the low end as a whole needs to be louder over here. And this feels like drop 1, to be honest, you know? Can you see how this is basically this? So how can you add something in the drop 2 to make it a bit bigger? It needs to develop, you know? So again, focus on the low end, focus on making that pad, which is really nice, a little bit more centered as well, as it's really stereo, and adding something in the drop 2, because at the moment, your drop 1, let me just open the window a little bit because at the moment, your drops are a bit too similar, you know, and I'm kind of feeling that they are too similar one to the other. Okay, so hope that this was helpful to you. This is a nice vibe, okay? Not saying nothing about the vibe because it's a nice vibe. I would cut this bridge as well, okay? And then you have add a lead over here in the breakdown, and that lead would probably go into the drop too. Listen to this song over here that might be interesting to you. Nick Hayes, Black Hole Nick Hayes remix might be interesting to you. Okie dokie. Athlete.
D'un jour.
So first thing that I can definitely say is that there's a bit too much mids, high end on the percussions. It's bothering me a little bit, to be honest. Like, it could be less of that, in my opinion. That bass could be louder as well.
L'espoir d'un jour te revoir. Te revoir.
So yeah, there's too much kick. Could have a bit more bass in there as well. And less mids on those perks as well. Maybe more ambiences could be nice as well. For example, this pad over here is something that you could have added before. This is something that you could have introduced slightly before, because it feels like it comes a bit out of nowhere. And I feel that that could give a little bit more, not vibe, but it could give a little bit more flow into the song, you know? This vocal is a bit too loud and a bit too dry, so I would have something to make it a bit more reverby and with a lot of delays as well. More bass. Bass is kind of hidden over here. I hear a sub, but barely hear it, to be honest. And I hear more over here of that bass in a way. Yeah, those wood sticks in the background, I feel that they are too MIDI and too loud. Now the vocal feels a bit too quiet, but again, I also feel that it needs a little bit more reverb for the kind of vocal that you're going for over here. This guitar, for example, something that you could have added in the break. Really cool stuff, and I feel that it could have come earlier in the song. It just misses a little bit of that taste, and that guitar is exactly what I was expecting, to be honest, you know. To sum up, the percussion's a bit quieter, the bass could be a bit louder. Not only this, but the guitar could come probably in the middle of the breakdown and be the theme of the drop too, okay? Then in the drop 2, you need to push up the bass a little bit more because I feel that it's less prominent in the drop 2 than in the drop 1, which feels strange to me. Then we go over here and again push this guitar a bit further, and yeah, that's mainly what I would have to say on the song. Hope this was helpful, and let's keep on going over here. Lots of songs to cover. Now Dervish, okie dokie. Exactly. Okay, cool. So Mustafa, first thing is this intro is just way too long. You can see that I'm skipping everything over here, and I'm almost in a 2-minute mark. And what I've listened, you can definitely do it 45 seconds in my opinion. Second thing is this kick over here could be louder. And not only this, but of course, Atlee, I'm really thankful for you being here, to be honest. I feel that the sub is a bit too loud, while this part of the bass is not so loud. Can you see how there is a gap over here? This gap shouldn't be here, in my opinion. It should be something like this. But especially this layer needs to be a bit quieter. Second thing, this ARP is a bit too loud. Okay? I like how this is developing, how this is growing. This is a really good example of how to develop the song, in my opinion, because I feel that this is developing nicely in terms of the elements that you're adding into the song. But I would probably cut the drop over here. Like, even if you have more stuff, I don't feel that it's necessary. For example, like this part over here is not really necessary. As you're saying, you might add vocals. I feel that you need to add vocals. Not only this, but this second over here, I would probably go from here to here. Doesn't need this little break over here in the middle. Not doing anything to the song, and it's just dying the song a bit too much, in my opinion. Okie dokie. Let's keep on going. I like this lead. Feel that it could even come earlier than the drop 1, possibly. Maybe not. Maybe just some vocals over here would be nice. Now, same thing with the ARP, a bit too loud, could be a bit quieter. And then we go back to the drop 1, right? Okay, we have the lead over there. But I would go with this drop, probably something like this. Just makes this part a bit more exciting, in my opinion. That's where I would start the drop. It just takes it a bit more forward. It pushes a bit more, and this part just makes it a bit repetitive, you know? So, while I talk, I'm gonna go back over here into this part. Shorten this intro, if even it's necessary. And over here, you can essentially just fix the things that I said about the kick. Bass needs to be a little bit louder. And not only this, but I feel that this could be a little bit shorter as well. In addition to that, then you go and cut this part over here, cut this last part over here of the song as well. Grow this as you're growing, and then you go into something like this. The way that this is at the moment is really nice, but probably here would be the last part of the drop to me. Boom. That end of the song. Okie dokie. A bit too fast, but we're going in a rush moment, and I'm just trying to cover as many people as possible while also being helpful. But I hope that this was helpful as well, and helped you with the song, give you a little bit more clarity to it as well. Okie dokie, let's keep on going. Thank you for staying that long with us, Adrian. Now it's your turn. Let's go straight into the sauce. I'm glad that you liked it, and I'm glad that it was worth waiting. This could be melodic techno. So, bassline. Missing a bit of bassline. You can hear the kick over here playing. First, the kick could be a bit louder. See? That's the first thing. The second thing, the bass line could be louder, especially over here in this mid bass. Oh, here's the kick, right? And now when you play this part over here, it's just a bit too, this is a bit too low in my opinion. Second thing is, this lead is a bit too MIDI. It doesn't have much over here in this part of the song. This is missing a bit, so I would probably make it a bit more as well over there. Okay. So far, that's what I have to say about the song. Let's keep on going with it and see what. Could probably be a little bit longer here. This part is really cool because it grows into something different in the song. So that's really nice to hear in the song. It opens it up. Really like those vocals, but I probably wouldn't start with this right away. Let's see. Not sure about this. Yeah, this part of the song, I mean, can you see how it's a bit too similar? So how can you make the second part a bit different? You know, that's mainly what I have to say here. All the comments that I've already mentioned at this point, but how can you make this a bit different? Maybe sometimes just a one-note string like this. This already sometimes give you a more energetic kind of second drop, you know? Maybe some rides, you know? Okie dokie, Angie. I hope that you liked the feedback as well, and hope that you liked it. I probably wouldn't bother much over here. But yeah, a bit of variation. Okie dokie, let's go to Siver now. Where is Rostov on Don? Is this Russian? This is really good. Thank you, Andy. I really appreciate it. So the clappers are a bit too loud, too wide. But the vibe is really good. Maybe the bass could be a bit louder because I'm not really hearing much over here. I hear it over here, but it could be a bit louder. And the vocal could be quieter, in my opinion, as well. But the vibe is really good. Let's see what you do in this bridge over here. Kind of feeling that I'm already in the drop 2 of the song, you know? What I'm feeling is that this drop 2 possibly could be repetitive. Why? Because this already felt like drop 2 to me. And that's the thing, sometimes you feel that you need to do more in the drop 2, and you actually don't need to do more. You just have to arrange your songs so probably this would be the drop, and then you go into a break from here, and then this becomes a drop 2, you know? I do like this lead though, or sometimes you just make this a little bit smaller. And yeah, who is this vocalist? Andy, thank you for staying with us that long. Really appreciate it. Hey, yo, Mr. Alex, how you doing? This feels good in the drop 2, I'm not gonna lie. But I would make this part a little bit less exciting and a little bit smaller, so this part over here would be a little bit more the main part of the song, you know? Your song is not repetitive, okay? It grows really well, to be honest. Even the way that it is. But I personally would make this drop a little bit smaller because at the moment, it's a 2.5-minute drop, considering the bridge that you have in the middle. So I would make it a little bit smaller, just make it a bit more to the point, and this will make the drop 2 less repetitive. I would also make this part a little bit less aggressive, so this way this drop would stand out a little bit more as well. The bass is also something that I would make it louder, okay? And basically, that's pretty much it that I would have to say on your song. Hope that you like the feedback, bro. Thank you so much for staying that long with us. Really appreciate it. And let's keep on going to Yasin at the moment.
Social game. And if you're going to conform to this game, you can make mistakes or not make mistakes. So this thing has gone into us all the time. You must do. You realize that the whole of life, people, unless there are a lot of people
4 hours stream beast mode. Yeah. So Yasin over here, I feel that your kick is a bit too big, has a bit too much boom in it, but at the same time not much attack. You know, it doesn't have much of like, you know, it doesn't have like boom boom. It doesn't have that pom pom that I've been talking a lot. You can probably push this a little bit. Your pad is a bit too wide. Why do I say this? Of course, Boris. Why do I say this? Listen in mono. Kind of disappears, right? That's something that I would put a little bit more in mono as well. I really like the vocal here. But this is a bit too much like this, right? So how can you add variation to the song? How can you make this a little bit different than what you had before? Because otherwise it's still the same, you know? Okie dokie. For example, this melody is something that you could have added in the breakdown and then could be the theme of the drop too, you know? Makes sense? Hope that it was helpful. Let's keep on going. Sleepy Adam now. Mrs. Electric Blanket is here. Was here. You're welcome, dude. Thank you for staying that long with us. So probably there's a bit too much bass in here. Like the kick and the bass could be a little bit quieter, and not only this, but it could have a little bit less high end in it as well. Second thing is, some of your elements are just a bit too wide, because when I pick your song and put it in mono, it just disappears. Some elements, you know. You can see how the bass still stands out. And this second thing, it feels like you're over pushing the mids in the song. Yeah, that's mainly it so far over here. Yeah, my main thing is that over here there's just a bit too much content in the wide part of the song, you know. See how this applies the same comment that I said before? This sounding a bit too similar to what we listened before, right? So how can you make this second part a little bit different than what we already heard? Because again, this is pretty much this, right? Making sense, Mr. Sleepy Adam? Basically, just want more variation in the song. I feel that this needs to develop a little bit more. So the drop 2 needs to be a little bit different than what it was in a drop 1. And I feel that not only this, but you have a bit too much bass, a bit too much of the high end of the bass, and there's a bit too much mids being pushed in the song. More elements, not necessarily, it's not only more elements, it's a new path to the song, because at the same time, at the moment, I have A, B, and I don't have C at the moment. It's just A and B, you know? So that's basically what you need to create, that C part, you know? Make sense? Start at 2 minutes, so you should have started over here. So you need to create that A before. You need to create this before, because this is pretty much the same. I didn't see this, sorry. This works as a drop 1, as a drop 2, so you need to make this part a little bit less exciting. That could be another solution as well. Make sense? But also, it needs to stand out. Probably you can do some bass changes over here, adding a different lead, add a different progression, just something like this. Making sense? Keeping on going over here, we have Michael. Michael, are you here? I think he is. I'm not sure he is, so if he's not, I'm gonna go afterwards. Shri, are you here? I'm not sure he is, to be honest. So Shomu is here. See you, dude. Thank you so much for staying with us. So, feels like there's a bit too much bass over here. Like, when I hear this part over here, the kick is fine, which is the kick is here, right? First, the kick is a bit too high in the notes. It needs to be a little bit lower. It needs to be probably playing up to A, but I would probably try to play G or F sharp, which is the main note that you're playing. There's a bit too much bass in the song as well. And this transition, this is just a bit too long in my opinion. Needs to be a little bit smaller. Yeah, this bass is too loud again. It needs to be quieter, in my opinion. It's just too loud. This is nice as a melody, but again, I feel that there's too much bass in here. And I feel that first thing is correct the bass line. And possibly I would change the bass to, instead of something like you're doing, I'd probably do something a little bit more, how can I say, plucky. Bum, 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 bum. Something like this possibly could be a bit better to you, in my opinion, okay? Let me keep on going, see? Yeah, that's mainly it, dude. Okay? That's mainly what I have to say on your song. The clap to me works. The lead is weird, but I'm happy that he's trying something new other than the you know? Let's keep on going, Mr. Namo Maitri over here. Needs more bass over here as well. I know that you have one, but it's not sticking out much in my opinion. So yeah, definitely a bass line over here. A bigger bass line could definitely work a bit better to make the song pump out a little bit more. And this is just a bit too loud as well. I mean, the vibe is nice, but it doesn't really change again. It needs to take me to somewhere that I'm not hearing where it's taking me to, you know? Because I'm basically in the same groove. Like, this is the same thing as what I had over here. And the same thing that I had over there. So what I would do with you, what I would recommend is, how else can you develop this? How else can you make this song progress in a way, you know? And I feel that, okay, this is house music. It shouldn't progress much. Yes, I agree, but it could still do a little bit more progression. For example, if you listen to some Tool Room, first listen to the bass line. It's still the same groove, but you can see how it went to a breakdown. It added something different. It has that lead and stuff like this. That's what I'm missing in your song. It's a bit raw at the moment, you know? So how can you develop it to make something a little bit bigger? Okie dokie. Let's keep on going over here. Clue now. Clip to the long break. Okay. Yeah, just make this part a little bit smaller. As I think that I've already said that to you, right? I like this lead though. Doesn't need sidechain over here. You don't have a kick to sidechain tattoo, so why are you sidechaining stuff over here? That lead needs to be bigger as well. Again, just same reference as I gave you. If you listen to something like this over here. See how the lead is in comparison to yours? So you still need to push this a little bit louder. You still need to make this a little bit bigger. 1 sec. My mom is calling me. Sorry about this. And yeah, that's the only thing that I feel that it still needs to become a little bit bigger. It has to be more present, and you can just go from there, in my opinion. Okie dokie, and also shorten this part over here in the drop one. Drum and bass, last one.
Do you believe in what you're feeling?
Let's make sure that I got everyone here. Michael, Tree,
Baby, I've seen it. It ain't no secret. Show it right away for once and for all. I like the way you laugh when you hide your mouth with your hand. Little I know, but I wanna be with you, baby. When I'm with you,
really good stuff, dude. I don't have much to say over here. We're ending on a really high note over here.
like you. Believe in what you're feeling. Show me all you wanna hide in your heart. Baby, I've seen it.
Thank you so much, everyone, for staying that long with us. I really appreciate it. Hit the like button if you haven't. If you're watching the replay, hit the like button as well. Really helps the channel a lot, and I really appreciate you guys staying that long with us. It's just such a pleasure to share this Sunday with you. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Same thing, Thomas. How can you make the second part a little bit bigger than what you have over here? That's the main comment that I have to you on the song, because this bit over here, it's the same as this. You can make it a bit longer, but you have to make it different. That's the main part. Okie dokie. But again, perfect track to end the show. Really well mixed, and I'm glad that everyone liked it. Have a great 2024, everyone, and I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for this live stream, and hope to see you in the next one. Let's see when it's gonna be. Cheers, my friends. Stay fine. Stay in tune. Cheers. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying that long with us. Again, I really appreciate you all you guys.